we play a game.
Morning. I hope the game's... Yeah, I think the game's doing the right thing. Good. Intermodal El Paso to San Diego is what we're starting with in a lightning storm, of course, like that ever actually happens in the desert. And yes, Rails of Illinois, I mentioned ice. Ice is a great collection of interesting individuals more intent on beating the crap out of people than doing anything useful. There you go. Today's stream was by request. The brakes cut in? No, they're not, I don't think. Alright, more options. If you're playing on console and you find you can't do this stuff, then turn off the digital screens, put them in classic mode, and they will work. Lead cut in. Lovely. Okay. You know what I haven't started? I haven't started the Raildriver software. That would be a good idea. Let's get that going. Okay, that should work now. Let's test it. Yeah, that works. Ooh, bells. Alright, so independent, fully on. Release that one. Let it start charging up the train. Why are we in notch 8? Bloody hell. That's what happens when you leave the Raildriver that way. When you just rage quit out of something. Right, what do we got? We've got some pumpkin things. Yeah, we've got lots and 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 lots. Poo trucks. That's a lot of poo trucks. Do you know it's a poo truck simulator now? And it uses that model. That's funny. Alrighty, there's the end. Have we got a Fred? We do have a Fred. Bunster. What's the Fred saying to us? Nothing useful. Okay, good. Says it's there. Have we charged up yet? Apparently. Now, where are we? No, we're doing the whole hog. Well, half the hog. Alright then, that's fine. Let's get some wipers going. Hopefully people are well today. No, reverser forwards, not neutral. Forwards. Why isn't my reverser working? I bet you it's needed to jiggle the throttles and things. I bet you. Hang on. Right, there we go. It's that stupid SD70 ACE. Alright. Let's get some juices happening. Wait till that builds some power so we don't roll. Is that all you're going to do? That's better. Come on, get to 4. There we go. Right. We can watch the beast leave. It eventually will. So hello to Rails in Illinois. Amy, who's watching on the telly tonight, so write some code. Fair enough. What are you writing? Benjamin's brain in the jar says Bonza. There you go, you've learnt 2 Aussie words now. Toilet, and dunny, and Bonza. Amy says, have you got enough containers? Probably not. No, the Amazon parcel thieves will be waiting down near the bottom of the hill, and I think they'll want more. Pete says, hello. Hello to you too, Pete. And Michael says hello as well. So this stream is by request from people who wanted some American content. So we're starting with Cajon Pass, and we're going down the hill. Get off, independent brakes. And we're going down the hill, not yet though, just to see if we can, in a thunderstorm. Because, you know, why wouldn't you? Yes, of course you would. What else were we going to do on this one? I've forgotten. Let's have a look. I put it all in the description what I was going to do. Better go have a look. How many of you are watching Hentis at the same time? God, it's okay to admit it. Oh yeah, then Caltrain, then LIRR. That's right. Perfect. It's a bus full of the future, that is. You don't have to stop, mate. It's okay. Did you see that? It did a little burnout with the front wheels then. Oh, that's funny. It's a bus full of the past. Oh, well, I suppose we should pay attention to our train, huh? Let's stop the Beelzebub while I drink my coffee and relax, because this is the relaxing part of the trip. Where we can gradually throttle up as we make our way down the main. Heading towards the Hill of Hills. How's the sound today? Happy? Amy is trying to figure out how to write some interesting C programs for the Thomson T08, a computer I hadn't heard of until half an hour ago when I asked my friends for a random 80s computer. Trying to get some practice with embedded C, and early computers have basic support at best for various features. You're getting into devices. A lot of devices are programmed in Rust now. Embedded C is still used, but there's plenty of Rust as well. And for many, for many users of where it would have been embedded C in the past, it's now much cleverer PLCs than we used to have. It's Soggy Pretzel Man. Sounds slightly wrong, doesn't it? It's like a passenger station over there. Maybe one day we'll get Amtrak to put in it. Oh no, it doesn't even got tracks. Maybe why are we putting Amtrak in that one? Do you know how we can tell we're not in Florida? No one drove through the crossing and got killed by the train. Amy said I struggled to get my head around Rust. Maybe need some more programming socks. Rust is one of the future languages, so I'd be having a look at it. Rust and Python are probably the two most important ones to learn currently. So is ice going to come for you, Rails of Illinois? Heading out into the beginnings of the rocks. On the uphill part, where we get to go fast. Amy said, Python I learnt when I was 10, got a book on Python 2.7 as a birthday gift. Fair enough. Normally I wouldn't have throttled back, but, you know, I'm just behaving myself a little bit. Just a little bit. How are people today? Hopefully well. For those of you who know Matt, just wait for the crossing. Seems hardly worth it for that crossing, but anyway. For those of you who know Matt, back at home and recovering. You're sunburnt, Benjamin. How did you manage that? How does a brain in a jar get sunburnt? Did someone magnify the light onto you with a magnifying glass as though you were an ant? Pete says warm. It's actually warm in the UK. What's warm, Pete? Because when good mate Alex told me it was warm, I sent him a picture of my heater control, which was set to higher than it actually was at his house. I don't normally run it that high, but the good lady is a lizard, so she struggles a bit with the cold, tends to turn everything up. She turns up the heating, which turns down my wallet, but that's okay. Ah, yes. The dinosaur trees. Can't see them much in this light, but these are actually the coolest thing about this route, the dinosaur tree. I should probably do something about this hill, shouldn't I? Amy says, Paul, when I hit 19th, British people dry up and burn. We've been sweating all day and it's been 25 in here. I heat this to 23. Benjamin says, was taken to an air show and saw a Lancaster bomber and a Flying Fortress among others, just forgot to put any sunscreen on. Well, at least you didn't go to an Indian air show. Because you might have needed a hard hat. Is it too soon? It's never too soon. Pete says, had 29 degrees at one point today. Nothing like you guys get, but good for the UK. 29's a nice temperature. 29's the kind of temperature I start to not like being in the front of the steam engine. It's hard to do a rail fan shot in the store. As we progress towards Summit. With our high-speed freight train. Yes, we're doing 29 miles an hour. That's high speed. I think there's signals up there, so I should probably go have a look. Amy says shouldn't have gotten AI to fly a plane. They might be better at it. That one's looking remarkably like a human issue. Because if you know anything about aircraft, and just from flying is my experience with aircraft, I know that when you take off, you should have flaps and slats out. So the wing is normally flat, and these things come out the back of the wing and curl down. Let's just say in all the video I've seen, they're not. Which means the plane was incorrectly configured for takeoff. Or they were retracted shortly after takeoff, but given it didn't fly very long, I suspect that's not the case, because it takes a little while to retract them. That's that whiny, thuddy noise you hear in the plane. That's the slats going out. So if you don't hear that whiny noise and you're flying in a plane, get out. Get used to this view, by the way. We'll have it a bit. Because we have to settle in for the long haul here. These are billed as an hour and 15 minutes. And I think if you actually drove at the speed limit the whole way like the AIs do, probably is an hour and 15 minutes. But you have to slow down for the big hill. Because if you don't, you die. So I'm guessing it's 24 miles. Oh no, it's 24 miles down to the bottom. Okay. Before we get into the yard. That's... Which route are we taking? Oh great, we're taking the steep one. Great. Couldn't have taken the shallow one. No. We'll take the steep one. Good. Very smart. Benjamin says it thought they maybe retracted the flaps instead of the landing gear. Look, while that's possible, they're very different controls. The landing gear is on the front panel, which is the dash under the windows, and the flaps are down next to the thrust levers. And they're quite different controls, so I think that would be quite an impressive mistake to make. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but it'd be quite impressive. And a plane will take off without the flaps and slats. And if you really, really, really know what you're doing, because I know that Boeing and Airbus both do it in testing, you actually can take off without the flaps and slats. But you'll have a hard time of it. And if you're the average sort of commercial pilot, they're basically bus drivers. They probably aren't going to manage it, which is sad for the people on board. This thing hasn't got any more get up and go, has it? No, it's all the get up and go it's got. All 8 of them. All the 8 get up and goes. There you go. I've mentioned a brand of breakfast drink 8 times. Do you think they'll send me something? Probably not. I'll probably never even know. Amy said the gear is down. I guess someone retracted the flaps said the gear. I don't know, you make that mistake. Yeah, it would be unusual for the gear to be down at that point in the event, because normally they pull the gear up shortly after leaving the ground because they want to reduce drag, because even if they're going to go around and land again, they still pull the gear up and then put it down again. Just to maximise control of the flight. So that car just went through another one and it disappeared. Oh. We'll pretend that didn't happen. Surely that didn't happen. That couldn't have happened. Oh, these are my favourite things in Train Sim World. These are the things that I shitstir Matt about mercilessly. Power lines don't disappear into the ground. Well, they don't have school buses drive through them either, but they don't disappear into the ground. They just don't. Not in an arrangement like that, anyway. Because the people in that house behind it would walk out there and touch them and go... Even if they were going into insulated tubes, which they did add at one point, because my shit stirring did eventually come over to roost. But, yeah, it's not like that. Not like that at all. Amy says, notch 8, full service brake. That's how I run my railroad. I don't think you'll get far. Physics aren't real and can't hurt you if you just say no. Well, this is true. It is a game. It can't hurt you. It's a DeLorean. Is it really a DeLorean? Just inside the window bar there? You'll see it in a moment. It's hiding. Oh no, it's just some run-of-the-mill thing. That's a pity. We could do with a bit of Back to the Future. And I have to say, I'm really looking forward to flying to the UK via Emirates in August, because it's going to take even longer to skirt around 2 more countries that are blowing each other up. Great. Why do people like blowing each other up? I don't understand. It does seem to be a very popular sport, though. Maybe we should make it part of the Olympics. We put the leaders in the Olympics and they blow each other up. Whoever gets the gold medal wins. That could be a good plan. This is heavy, Doc. Yes, it is. Amy says taking off without flaps is easy, but not with the 6,000 feet they used. Yep. Well, those big engines, if you kept them on full takeoff power, you'd probably actually be okay. But normally they throttle them back just after they've taken off because they don't like staying on full takeoff power because it eats a lot of fuel. Town Walker says, why do people like blowing things up? I'll give you the YouTube answer. Because. Yes. Because is about the only answer you'll actually get, really. Because there isn't a good one. I'm going to have to correct the axis of the independent brake on my rail driver in the Cobra thingy. I was trying to build a great little video with Thomas pulling some normal coaches the other day, and I had challenges with it. So I had some mods. Amy says, small problem with found on stream on TV and programming on laptop. If I have glasses on, I can't see the laptop. If I have them off, I can't read the DMI on the TV. Yeah. It's a bugger. You need glasses like these ones. These ones, they start at reading in the bottom, or actually small work, then reading, and then they work their way up to longer sight. Which is why, when I'm talking to people, I often do this. I can see this. They're good for that kind of thing. No cam tonight. What? Where's me head? What? There we go. No t-shirt. Oh, okay. That's okay, I forgot to put it on. I have a face cam now. I'm back. My ugly head is on the internet once again. Still climbing, making our way up to the summit to prepare to go down the great slippery slide on the other side. I am alive, yes. It's rare for someone to mistake me as dead, because dead people usually talk less. Just a little bit. They probably drink less coffee too. This is a really cool cup actually, from our art centre. It's got a face. There's all sorts of information about it on the bottom, but then I'd have to tip my coffee everywhere, and that would be a bad thing. Keyboards don't like coffee. I've been resurrected, says Benjamin. I've come back to life, apparently. There's a couple of standby units hiding over there. A couple of extra pumpkins doing duty as needed. Pete says, I thought you were having a bad hair day, hence no cam. I'm always having a bad hair day, Pete. But I have to say that the background removal tool does an excellent job of smoothing this crap out. Because, you know, my haircut's kind of a cross between a steel wool pad you use for the dishes and Einstein. Somewhere in the middle. I don't have Einstein's brain, I only have his hair. He was a smart cookie, that one. Wow, they don't clear that bridge by much, do they? Do you know, I'm tipping if you were train surfing at that moment, you'd become a pancake. You'd probably more closely resemble ground meat at that point. Ground meat. Amy says, I'm drinking Monster right now at 23.58. In my defence, blood sugars were dropping. Does Monster actually have sugar in it? I thought Monster didn't have sugar in it. I thought it had phenylketonutrine or whatever it is. Bin cleaner. Isn't it funny that the drug fentanyl, energy drinks like Monster and Prime, and bin cleaner all have the same base chemical compound? Did you know that? Tab Walker says a delisted run from Sandtram. We will be doing a run. I haven't decided whether I'm going to run out or run in though. We'll make that up as we go. There's a service, I think, for the MP36 that does it backwards, that actually uses the diesel on the run in. I might try and find that. I think that would be good. Because I don't remember ever running it. Amy says no one ever becomes a pancake in the Bond movies, and that's usually UK lines as well. Do you know, I'm tipping if you were standing on top of the train on the Talathin or the Vestiniog, you would become a pancake. I haven't decided if I'm going to visit my two favourite Welsh railways again this time round. I think I'd skip the Welsh Highlands. Although getting off and actually hiking Mount Snowdon sounds interesting. It's not much of a mountain, but, you know, something to do. Could be fun. It's pretty. And I seem to recall last year, as long as you catch the first train and do the hike in a reasonable pace, you would get back in time to catch the last train. So you could do that. Amy says 1 can of Monster Mango has 57 grams of sugar. 57 grams. God, a can of Coke only has 18. Wow. That's a lot of sugar. Benjamin concurs. Mango Loco Monster has all of the sugars. Do Benjamin and Amy know each other? There's a question. It's always possible. Is Benjamin's braid in a jar on a shelf in Amy's place? It is possible. Tam says I've been playing it a lot more recently, even though it's old as shit. I enjoy it and got the yard runs as well with the diesel switcher. It's actually quite a good route. I don't mind Caltrain. Or as I have always called it, Caltrain. I even made a livery at one point with a big cow on the side of the locomotive. It was Caltrain. I'm not sure if that's still in Creators Club or not. I know it kept getting deleted. Somebody in Dovetail didn't like it. Benjamin says, I don't know any Amy's. Well, you do now. You've met one, kind of. We have a few lurkers today. You're absolutely welcome to join in with the chat. You could go and join the Discord. Nightbot hasn't said that for a while, has it? Only about a minute ago. Some people have been boosting my Discord too. Just having a look. I think we're up to 6, which is pretty cool. It's a lot of money for whoever's doing it. Let's have a look. What are we up to? 6 out of 7. One more, and people can upload big pictures and big videos, which would be cool. I have to say Discord's a little predatory in the way it states how things work for Nitro. Because in Nitro you buy various levels, and there are effectively 5 of them. Your Discord server has various levels, and there are effectively 5 of them. And, hi pumpkins, and it's worded remarkably like buying a particular level of Nitro yourself can let you have that on your server. But that turns out to be not true. In fact, nowhere near true. Which is a bit sad. So those ones are boxes full of Temu. And these ones are boxes full of Shein. Heading in their opposite directions. Yes. Would anybody be surprised that Benjamin's name is BBIAJ? No. I just thought, do we have a crew member? Uh-oh. What are you doing? Oh, hang on. Uh-oh. That's his head. It's got a strong head, I'll give him that. Yep. This, if you don't know, is what Unreal characters do when they get disconnected. They T-pose. Never mind. Yeah, that might give him a bit of a headache. At least it'll be clean. Explains where all his hair's gone anyway. Or been blown off. By the blistering speed of 36 miles an hour. Mind you, if we're going 36 miles an hour downhill, we'll already be dead. Can't go that fast. It all turns to poo if you go that fast. What else can we do on this screen? Anything? No, can't do anything on this screen. It's just for looks. I think that works. Yeah. More options. No. Only get one active screen. I have to clean my mouse wheel. It's doing something weird. Sit down. He's not going to sit down, is he? No. Amy says should play some US Freight more. A lot of people love it. I remember when the original testing for this route, I probably put in 200 hours of driving in beta. And then when it came out, I probably spent 10 in it. If that. Mostly to teach people how to drive down the hill. Which will be an added challenge in the rain. I'm not actually sure you can in the rain. We're going to learn. We're going to find out. It's nice to see they got the intercar gap working in the sound. I remember when the variable length containers came out, and the devs were so proud of it. And then Just Trains went, hey, watch this, and made variable height containers as well. They just said, hold my beer. We're going to have variable length and variable height. Most of the really adventurous things do actually start with third parties. sometimes they start with people who become third parties, like Adam, working out how to make lifts. I saw Chocky found a lift outside the playable area that works the other day. Quite weird. Makes you think the playable area could have been bigger. I do detect sometimes that there's maybe not enough communication between the devs and the route team, because I think it's the route team that sets the final playable area. And the people who make the timetables and the trains, I'm guessing they don't talk enough to those people. Because quite often we've found situations where the trains go outside the playable area where the player's still in them. And there's places like, there's still a couple of places in the Bernardino route, San Bern, where you can't actually finish the service. They fixed a lot of them, but there's still a couple. Because the spot you have to get to is just outside the playable area. This grass is worth 5 FPS on a Gen 8, honest. Amy says Norwood Junction siding is routable on the map, but outside the playable area by 2 cars or so. Yes. Jack M, hello to you. We're cruising up the easy part of Cajon Pass before heading down the terrifying part. How far have we got to go on the easy bit? Oh, we're almost there. We're almost at the terrifying part. Amy says, really annoying if playing around with formations out of Selhurst. I've used formations to escape the playable area at times. I shouldn't tell you this, but I will. If you build yourself a formation with a locomotive on both ends, and you put it half in, half out of the playable area, you can use Control Plus and Control Minus to go outside the playable area, and then you can just hop out of the loco and go wandering around to your heart's content, because you're on the other side of the invisible wall. Just remember there's a high likelihood of falling through the earth because it may not have collision on it. You have one of those moments. As we make our way up towards the summit of Cajon Pass. Very soon we will learn whether you can get down Cajon Pass in the rain, because I don't actually know. I don't recall ever trying it. But I do know that there are YouTubers who fail at it, who go, train's buggered. So I'm curious. I don't think the train's buggered. You could have underpowered for doing it, but I don't know about buggered. We shall see. If I make it, we'll soon know. If I don't make it, then there's probably not enough power in the surface. Might sound odd, but you need raw power to go downhill than up if you want to stay in control. Telling my kid to let the cat in. She's not very clever. I pushed her out through the cat door this morning because she wanted to go, but I normally open the cat door up and prop it because she's not clever. But she's probably been trying to come back by now because it's about 4 degrees outside or something ridiculous like that. A little bit cold. Benjamin's brain in jar says, ladies and gentlemen, place your bets now. There's the tower that signifies we're almost there. Half of it seems to be missing though. Or is it just the effect of the rain on the windscreen? Oh yeah, it's all there. That puts us almost at the top. There's the scenario marker for the scenario that starts up here. We are definitely going to be going down the steep and fast track. Something I've never bothered to look up actually is whether they use retainers on Cajon or not. On some steep routes in the US, they'll walk the length of the train, hooking up retainers so that when the driver applies the brake and then releases it, they don't release completely. But the air system does release completely and charges back up again. But the brakes stay on a little bit. It just helps them with the length of the run between applications. It's actually kind of funny today because I haven't needed my railway clothes since Monday. And I got up this morning going, I don't remember washing them. I remember putting them in the soaking bucket, but I don't remember washing them. And they've been soaking in the goop for 5 days, almost 6. So it'll be interesting to see if they have turned to mush when they come out of the washing machine. So I put them in just before the stream. It's why I started late when I went, uh-oh, better deal with that. Benjamin says it's like the tower from that film Skyfall, only shorter. Or Fall. Lord Vectron, hello. Look, diesel Vectrons. Honest. We're approaching throttle off point. Not quite there yet. There we are. It's the signal bridge that you can just barely see up ahead. Marks the point where you start going downhill. We need to lose some of this speed before we get there. Amy says, but it says right there to do 70 in the window. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, it'll be a very exciting trip down the hill too. Very exciting. Do a brake test. They work. Start preparing our dynamics. And even though we're going uphill, we'll actually go into dynamics now because I need to slow down. I love that it says freight can do 50 down this hill. Sure it can. On its roof. You can actually do this run on air brakes, by the way. I've done it a couple of times. On air brakes. Never tried it in the wet on air brakes, but I've never tried it in the wet on dynamics either. So, we'll see. I'm getting down towards the right sort of speed that I want to be doing. I'd like to be doing about 15 or so. So far there's enough power to control it. And I'm pretty sure we've only got these locos. I don't remember seeing any others in the consist, so I think we've got 3 locos. And how many tons have we got? Let's have a look. We've got 5,500 tons. So that's a lot for 3 locomotives. So we'll see. Come back 1 notch on the dynamics. I'll probably regret that. Amy says, I've definitely done it on air, but TSW doesn't do things like overheating brakes. You actually should be able to do this descent on air brakes in real life. It shouldn't really be an issue. Basically what you do is you let your speed build up to about 27, 28 mile an hour. And then you apply the air brakes, bring it back down to about 3 mile an hour. And then release the air brakes, and that'll give enough time to charge up with it, and then you'll get back up to about 25 mile an hour, and you apply them again, and you just keep doing that till you get down to the bottom. That way your brakes won't overheat. And you'll also do it without setting up any horrible gradients in the train. This is a good starting speed. We're getting into the steep bit now. We are starting to accelerate, so I'll bring the dynamics up a bit more. Just to try and control that. That might be a bit too much though. Let's come back to 3. Because only the front of the train's in the 2%. The back of the train's, the very back of the train's still going uphill. So we haven't got the whole gradient, and we haven't got the whole weight yet. That will come soon. And I think that's the thing that screws people, is just as you get into the steepest bit, the entire train's on the gradient. So you can kind of see where the hump is. You can see where the steep bit starts, which is just up here. And if we go all the way to the back of the train, if you recall where the downhill started, the downhill starts just before this curve. So the downhill starts about here, which means those carriages are actually still going uphill. So we're starting to get the full weight now on the locomotive, and we are starting to accelerate. So we'll go in for some more dynamics. Deborah Reef Reader, hello to you. Welcome along. As we start to cruise down the hill, so the whole train should be on the hill now. They're in the first part of the gradient. They're in the 0.6. It'll be about another minute or a minute and a half before the whole train is on the steepest part. But we get steeper than this 2.4 too. So there's more to come. So 6 is still enough to slow us down at this point. So we might come back to 5 just to keep some in reserve. Not quite in 5, but that's okay. So we are now on the dynamic brakes. Throttle is closed. I should put the t-shirt on, shouldn't I? What a good time to do it. Put it on at the critical moment where the train's about to go down the hill. Completely out of control. And we might die. That'd be good, wouldn't it? There we go. Hello, bad guy. How are you? Welcome along. Oh, gratuitous sprint shot. We're up to 11 mile an hour with the dynamic brakes on 5, so we'll stick with that for the moment. You can still hear there's some physics going on with the carriages. Up to 12 mile an hour now, so I'm going to go to 6. Wondering how I can tell, rail driver, got a speed display on it. And we are still picking up speed, so I'm going to go the whole hog now. And we will pay attention in the cab. We briefly went to 13 mile an hour there. We're back down to 12. Rail driver says 11. We're on the steep, well, not quite the steepest part actually. We've hit the 3%. We got to 3.4, I think, from memory. My tons, Tam Walker, 5,500. Amy says going slow still. That's the idea. Maybe a bit too slow though. So we'll come back to 7 and see how we go. And that immediately starts to speed up. It's holding now. No, it's speeding up. As more of the train gets onto the 3%. We'll go back to full. Full is still capable of slowing us down at this point. Bad guy says doing well, just had a really busy last couple of days. That could be good to be busy though. It's alright to be busy. Amy says rail driver round in cab blade discover and tried to truncate. I don't know about that, they usually show the same thing. At least my rail driver does. My rail driver's got a decimal display. I do know the more recent ones actually don't. They only show the whole numbers. But mine has the decimals, same as you get on the digital display. If it says 9.1, 92, 93, 93, 94, 94. Yeah, so it's picking up with that. So we get the back of the train is clearly now getting onto the steep bit. So if we go have a look. We are still getting some bonkage in the draft gear. The steep bit starts just here on this curve. So, yeah, that's where the fun begins. We are still able to slow down with this 1 notch, so we'll keep that. Don't let the 2.9 fool you. It goes up again. Tam Walker says, I found with trying and dying is with 9,000 tonne brake at 33% throttle at 4 drive. Might help. Might hurt. Bronco says, good evening. No, this is Cajon Pass. We're going down the steep track in the rain because I'm an idiot. And it seemed like a good idea at the time. So you can see, even though we're going a lesser grade now in the locomotives, now that more of the train is getting into the 3% at the back, we're still accelerating. So at the moment, we're doing okay. We're holding speed. So it should be possible to do this. It should be playable. But we'll see. But I've only got 3 locomotives for 5,000 tonnes, and I think that might be 1 short in horsepower per tonne. Maybe. I just have a gut feel it's 1 short. You might need 4. Bad guy says, yesterday I got to meet up with some buddies. We got to play some pool for a couple of hours. Went for lunch and stuff like that. Today I've got my godmother over for the night, so it's been good. Excellent. That's a good way to be busy, spending some time with friends and family. We had grand plans of doing that yesterday. By the time that we were both ready to go, it was getting dark, and we went, nah, bugger it. Because I had to do all the stuff I had to do in the garden. And that reminds me, if Hawks is watching, I'm still waiting on a DM from you, young fella, to find out whether we're doing it today or not. Sent me some oh, he wanted me to test his rail driver mod. Okay. Can't really test his because I use Cobras, and I don't think they're compatible. The Cobra mod, if you haven't seen it, if you're a PC player and you have Raildriver, let me just pop this thing up. And did I ever added a thing for this? A scene? I don't think I have. Let me add a capture for this thing, just so I can show you what it looks like. There it is. So this is the Cobra mod, and it's using Raildriver at the moment, but it can use other controllers. It can use my Xbox controller, it can use HOTAS, it can use all sorts of things. You can configure. I can't scroll this at the moment because we're actually running, clearly, but you can configure everything and what it does, and it's actually quite intelligent in the way you configure it, and you can see what your configuration's actually doing to Train Sim World. And you could remap all the buttons, and you don't have to do it in a user interface. You can do it in an XML file, which is really handy. It's really quick. So yeah, it's a good thing. So if you're interested in Raildriver and you've got Raildriver on PC, look into it, because it makes the Raildriver usable. Still holding 12 mile an hour at this point. I'm pretty happy with that, but we're not in the steepest part of the route yet, so we haven't had the opportunity to run away. Bronco says, disregard, Cajon Pass. No, recognise the landscape. Amy says, mine has decimal, but it usually is slightly different to on-screen number. If I can get a date off it at some point on the shelf now due to space. Well, if you do get it down again, look up the Cobra mod, because it really makes it good. Bronco says, zero consequences. Why not? We spend about 5 to 6 hours on Saturdays helping out at a cat rescue. Just got home, working out now and enjoying the stream. Well, you should meet Crazy Cat Lady, because my other half is in fact Crazy Cat Lady. There are, let's put it this way, a number of rescue cats here currently. The truly broken rescue cats tend to become house cats because, you know, no one wants them. So we have a collection of fucked up cats. And thank you for working at the cat rescue, Bronco. Anybody that works in rescue is a good person in my book. They could be murdering humans, and as long as they're working in a cat or an animal rescue of some kind, they're good people as far as I'm concerned. Alright, we're now into 3.1. We're still holding speed for now, so we're doing okay. Bad Guy says, we'd love to see some form of whether it's Raildriver or some other rail controller for consoles. Yeah, the interesting thing is, I don't really understand why the Raildriver doesn't work on the Xbox. It doesn't, because I've tried. And it's possibly because they don't actually include the Pi-HID DLL in the build for Xbox, because it is just an HID controller. It doesn't have drivers. So it should work on Xbox like any joystick does. Or set-off joysticks in this case, because there's 4 of them. Well, actually 7, because the horn and the wipers and lights are also set up as joysticks. For no readily apparent reason. So I think if they included the Pi-HID DLL, which is the thing that's interfaces between the controller and the game, it might actually work on Xbox. Now, it wouldn't work on PlayStation because PlayStation blocks unknown USB devices. Xbox doesn't. PlayStation make you license it. Xbox go for your life. If it works and doesn't catch fire, we're good with it. It's just a different world. The dynamics on the SD70 ACEs is, I think, actually done quite well. There are a few locomotives where the dynamics are absolutely terrible, sound-wise, but these ones are quite nice. Lord Vectron asked the same question, what about rail driver and console? Get a PC. Bad Guy says one way of doing it. Amy says, I plan on hooking it up when the coffee table is cleared. Might need a USB extension cable or two. It'd be nice to have it on the TV. It should work okay with an extension cable of up to a couple of meters because it's a USB 1.1 device. So it's the oldest, slowest kind. And they don't seem to worry about extension cables much. I used to have a USB 1.1 printer on a 5-meter cable and it worked most of the time. See, at this point you'd be tempted to just grip it and rip it and let yourself speed up. And I think this is where people come undone, is they let themselves speed up. Because there's no going back. And once you get over about 19, 20 mile an hour, the dynamics start to become a little bit useless in the game. From what I've talked with real drivers who do this run, they actually come down here at about 27, 28 mile an hour, but you certainly can't do that in the game. So it's the way it's working is not entirely realistic, but it is at least doable. Bronco says 14 cats, 2 dogs, and 8 fosters. Cool. And you have a couple that are heading that way, unfortunately. Yeah, someone has to look after the fucked up ones. If she ever turns up, I don't know where she is, because she was sitting on her mat behind me, but she's not there at the moment. It's clearly not warm enough. That one's called Buzz. And that's because she spends her whole life going, because she can barely breathe. Amy says the rail driver appears as an HID composite device. Yes, it does. Lord Vectron says Xbox accessories need the Xbox button and share button on the hardware, so it wouldn't comply. Ah, but don't forget you can program any button on the rail driver to be anything you want. So they're X keys, you can do it. You'd probably have to plug it into a PC to program it, but then you could put it on the Xbox. And there are HOTAS controllers for Xbox that do not have the X button. There's a lot of road there. Is that meant to be a culvert? I suppose it is. Oh, he sat down again. Look at that. I've never known him to come out of T-pose. It's interesting. Quite a cant, isn't it? Such a slow curve. I do believe that we have almost reached the easier bit. So it is possible to do it in the rain. Still got a lot of train on the 3.4, but the front of the loco is most of the way down now, so this is good. I just noticed on the HUD we have 16 miles still, because it's all wiggly. And I did notice that our friends on Subway Sim 2 have just changed their game, so it actually tells you track miles, not miles from a direct line. So, hint, hint, Dovetail. Subway Sim 2 can do it. Amy says, I've done USB 3 over 15 metres, 2 I've done 20 metres or so, 10 metres is fine for 1.1. They do get a bit iffy, it depends what you're doing. If you've got a lot of back and forth traffic on it, you may struggle. I do believe, if I am not mistaken, I can probably start relaxing on the dynamics just a little. Probably move me over a bit. That's better. We have got a little bit more steepness to go. And it's the bit that catches people out. Amy says, why can't you do that in the game? I feel you should be able to. Well, you should, but the physics doesn't support it. Someone once told the game devs you have to do it at 12 mile an hour, so that's what they did. Lord Vectron says, need more second drivers and trains. Feels weird doing a Scotsman run with no firemen. Oh, you can shovel it yourself, can't you? Where's your metal man? Prove you useful. Amy says RHB when they see 3.4%. I'm clearly old. I have to look up what RHB means. Why are you playing videos? Right halfback. Rahetian Railway. Right-handed batsman. Or a bank. There you go. I don't know what your RHB means. So you can tell that the middle of the train is now in that 2% section. This is the second one, ZELP. Let me put it in the chat. ELP. XDG605 intermodal. El Paso to San Diego. Beware of ice. Oops. I spent so much time typing that into the chat that I actually increased 2 mile an hour. Be careful there, that could be the beginning of the end. As Rails likes to clip me, we're all going to die. Bad Guy says, now if Subway Simulator could come up with a few DLCs, I'd love to see how the competition would kick in the high gear. I reckon Subway Sim is onto a bit of a winner, to be honest. So we'll certainly see. The game is really quite playable. It's, I think, a significant improvement as far as underground railways go. It's got its pluses and minuses. Some things in it are better, some things worse. They're really hitting their stride on their anti-aliasing now. They're doing an excellent job of removing wire patterns from various things like sleepers and fences, which is good to see. Because there's nothing that removes immersion more than having Moya patterns turn up everywhere because your anti-aliasing is drawing curves where it should be drawing straight things. Amy says to Bad Guy they've got a small profile network coming from a partner. Reichbahn, the Swiss meter gauge mountain railways. There you go. I had grand plans to go and visit Swiss trains this year. But then the other half couldn't come because she got a new job. So I'm just going to do UK trains again. And we'll try for a proper holiday the next year or the year after. Going and visit some other countries and experiencing some proper mountains and the like. Because we don't have any proper mountains in Australia. We've got pissy mountains. Little baby ones. And the cool thing about the Swiss is that you can experience proper mountains from the comfort of your train. You don't actually have to get out. Unless you want to. Going all the way up to St. Moritz, for example, would be cool. Very slow, but cool. Because as we know from the game, it is a very slow train, and it is that slow in reality. Bad Guy says, I absolutely agree. I think Subway Simulator is a really good game. It's got a great base to work off. Yeah, I could see Subway Sim if they feel like it, so... They don't move much out of Germany, that company, Aerosoft, but they might. They could really easily get in some other undergrounds. It'd be cool to see, I think. You know, it's been a long time since I left a camera running labelled Railfan camera on Cajon. I should do that again. I left one running once called Real-Time Railfan Camera. And I just let it run all day, and I hadn't even looked at the chat. And when I come back to the chat, there were all these people discussing whether it was a game or not. So the spot that I left it in was particularly realistic. Amy said Subway Sim is doing really good. I'd love them to see Berlin U2 and some other cities. Yeah, I'd like to see them do some more home stuff first, I think. And work out any issues with home stuff, and then they could branch out across the world. I reckon that would be absolutely awesome. There's supposedly a crossing up here. Must be another one of those little ones. Now, I think even with the 4 horns rule, I'm tipping an American train driver approaching a crossing like this would probably do this. I would. We had a lady come out to our railway who was from an American heritage railway, and she went out for a supervised drive on ours, and man was she whistle happy. Every time she did it, you could feel the face palm from the guy that was supervising her. He didn't actually do it, but you could just feel it. Bad Guy says, do you want mountains? Come to Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. You get all the mountains you could possibly want. True. It is a nice spot. I've done the Rockies on the American side, as in the United States side. Drove through that, did the Durango-Silverton in 2000, I think. Amy says, as a wheelchair user, RHB seems really appealing for seeing mountains I couldn't climb myself. Indeed, you can get right up close and personal with the mountains, right into them. It's really cool. I don't think there's anywhere else that does that as a regular commuter style service. So there are the Amtrak trains through the Rockies in the US, and there is the big mountain special that goes through Canada, but they're like once a day. Whereas the RHB railways, they're real commuter railways, they run constantly. Lord Vectron says, my favourite feature of Train Sim World. When I worked out the timetable mode in TSW4, it literally blew my mind, and replayability. Before that, I just stuck to scenarios. Yeah, timetables are useful. I do believe we've actually made it down the hill, even though we are now increasing in speed because I've got much less dynamic brakes on, but I'm quite comfortable with that because it is time to let it have a little bit of a run now. The back will still be on the steepest part, so we've still got to keep it in your pants, as it were. Bad Guy says, I agree, you're done getting the best of both worlds from 2 different games. Even Seattle would be great. Yeah, no one's really touched Seattle in any train game, have they? I know people in Google Maps, and I keep trying to get them to export a layer of landscape and railways in a way that could be consumed into a 3D modelling tool for world building like this. Because that would be just cool. Then you wouldn't have to make your track, you've just got the real track. Michael says the mountains around Vancouver are beautiful. Well, my only Canadian trip, Canada, was Montreal. I went there to visit one of our suppliers on the Northern California transit project that I was working on. They made the brackets that we use to mount devices onto bus handrails and tram handrails. Even went up in a little plane while I was there. We got chased by a snowstorm to land again. Flew for a little while though. That was cool. Had the very un-Australian experience of walking on a river, which I'm told was a stupid thing to do later on, but, you know, got to do it. It's there, you have to do it. Bronco says, I've driven in the Rockies, it's an interesting experience. I drove an RV. A 38-foot mobile house. An ancient Winnebago with a Chevy big block. We broke it in the Rockies. Had to replace its fuel system. I'm tipping all of the train is on the 2% now. Bronco says, how do you compare Rockies to Swiss mountains? I think the Swiss mountains are bigger, just saying. Bad Guy says, well, I'm going to stick to my bias when it comes to train routes. More Canadian stuff. That's fine. I'd like to see more Australian stuff. Canada's just like Australia in train sim worlds. Abandoned. One day. One day. I just fear that if they ever get around to making an Australian route, it may not be a winner on sales because the area where Matt was, I'm not going to say what routes were around there because, you know, if they ever made one, that might be what they make. But there's mining and there's freight and there's a little bit of commuter, but not much. And I suspect that Aussies wouldn't take that well, this idea of a train going from nowhere to nowhere. They'd want to go from a city, either from a city to another city, or from a city to suburbs. And even with the freight, they'd want it to start in the inner city rail yards. Let it gradually increase speed, but I don't really want it to go over 20 mile an hour because we'll lose the dynamics at that point. So we'll just bring it back under control a little bit. Because while we're out of the worst of it, we're not out of it yet. So we need to stay within the range of the dynamics being effective. Because you could still run away at this point, even though we're out of the worst of it. This is a hotbox detector. It's a pity they don't work. So happy when I saw them appear in the game, but they don't actually work. I did actually set up hotbox audio at one point. I wonder if I've still got it. I've changed PCs twice since then. Did I keep it? Let's have a look. No, I don't think so. I haven't got it. Never mind. So the other thing I could have is I forgot the name of the website. Let me find it. There it is. Railroadradio.net. Ah, I think it's dead. Okay. Yeah, it's dead. That's a bummer. That would have been good. Amy says German trains are fun. Bad Guy says the fact I know more about how to drive a German train than how to drive my local train says a lot. Amy says I hate the Vectron. Ooh. Bad Guy says, okay, Paul, I've got to bounce, buddy, in order to do some dinner for the fam. I'll catch you on your next live stream. Have a good evening. Thank you. Enjoy your dinner. I hope it goes well. Michael said he'd like to see more Canadian stuff as well. Wonder why? Would you like to see more Canadian stuff, Michael? Tanks for the memories, says the pumpkin. Pipes explode. Boxcars full of Timu. Tanks full of PFAS. Literal pipes. Or is that rebar, maybe? Not enough straps to be rebar. Bit of fertilizer to make explosives. Bronco says, I know I'm in the minority with this, but I'd love to see all the overground lines in TSW. Not only you are in the minority, but all the overground stuff that's been done has sold quite well. I mean, overground and underground. Not so sure about more underground that's purely underground, but the stuff that's mixed I think will go down quite well. And a lot of the underground routes are mixed. There's weird ones like the circle line that don't really come out of the ground, but... You know, someone just commented on one of my videos, when will the HSP-46 come to the Providence line? Well, I think they've announced the date. But anyway, that's fine. That reminds me, I forgot whether I was going to ask whether the HSP was going to come for free, or did I do it? No, I didn't. Let me ask Harry. Shall I ask JD? Why not? I've just tapped out a message for JD. Bronco says German routes have the best scenery. I think some of the American ones are right up there, and we can't see it today, but this route's got magnificent scenery. It's really, really good. To me, because I don't really enjoy a long uphill notch 8, let's go mate, type of run, the fact that it's got really good scenery saves it for me. I don't mind these downhill runs, because even though they're quite long, they're quite challenging and you've got to pay attention. And of course, in homage to the man who made the timetable and the signals, drink more cactus juice. I think we're almost out of the hills now. Yeah, we are.
I could probably start letting it speed up soon. I'll keep it around the 20 mark for the moment. Lord Vectron says, I yearn for new long-distance fast passenger route, another chunk of West Coast Mainline or East Coast Mainline 100 miles long. I reckon East Coast Mainline, because I'd like to run to York. And if we do West Coast Mainline, I want crew. But I'd like crew when it was still alive. Before it all turned to poo. Michael says his bias is because he's Canadian. Great surprise there, Michael. Can't say that's unusual. Who says more East Coast Mainline wouldn't be horrific? Yeah, I tend to agree. I think East Coast Mainline's quite good. I rode an Azuma when I was there. I paid the extra to ride the Azuma because I wanted to. I can't say it was very comfortable. It was kind of like sitting on a combination of a cardboard box and an ironing board. But I didn't shell out for first class, so that's my own fault. I had these grand plans of upgrading with Seatfrog, but all the first class tickets were booked, so I couldn't. Seatfrog, if you don't know it, is an app in the UK, and if your train has any first class seats available, it opens varying on the train. Sometimes it opens the day before, other ones only open minutes before. You can, if you've got a normal ticket, as long as it's not concessional, you can upgrade it and go into first class for very little money, for much less than the first class ticket normally costs. And depending on the operator, if you, for example, get onto the West Coast Main Line and you're on one of their trains and it's one of the ones that offers a meal, if you upgrade with Seatfrog, you don't generally get the meal. You might, but generally not. Because they don't know you're coming, so they haven't got food for you. More hotbox detectors that don't play anything. I wonder if I can find some hotbox audio. Defectdetector.net. Oh, here we go. Let's find BNSF. That's all we want. But it's a Chicago one, but it'll do the job. So if I turn on... Let's get my sound stuff, and I'll turn on browser's audio and play this.
BNSF detector. Milepost 327.5. Dragging equipment near axle 1.
There you go. There's a hotbox detector. Have they got any other? Let's see if there's any other BNSF ones. Oh, I've got a few. Mostly around Chicago though. Kansas, that's closer to here. West Chicago, Montana. It's getting closer. Is there no California? Twin City? I think that the fans of this are clearly on the other side of the country.
BNSF detector. Milepost 163.1. No.
Just no, it says. None for you! California. Here we go. Filter. Has defect. Yes. No. Cajon. There's one.
BNSF detector. Milepost 28.5. Main 1. System working. Out. BNSF detector. Milepost 114.5. Main 1. No defects. Repeat. No defects. Total
That's good.
axle 204. Out. BNSF detector. Milepost 144.45.
BNSF detector. Milepost 1130.9. No defect. Repeat, no defect. Detector out.
There you go. That's what they sound like. Amy says, I think the Metropolitan line from Aldgate, Marylebone to Aylesbury, Chesham with the 165 in Chiltern livery and the S-stock pre-signalling upgrades would be a good route. That's very specific, Amy. Uh-oh, running away. Let's get this back under control before I have to get into air. I spent so much time playing with defect detectors. Just watching that speedo, whether it goes down now. Gradient is dropping, so this is a good time to run away. We aren't going to kill everybody in San Bernardino today. Because with this gradient I can just stop on air. Hold it on the Independence and let it recover. So it'll be fine. There we go, we're going down. Bronco says a Rosa line is underrated in your opinion for scenery, only in snow though. Yeah, when the snow's not running, bits of the mountain missing are a little bit obvious. Lord Vectron says, I want settled to Carlisle with more steam trains, but that won't ever happen. Well, you never know. We got Thomas. Yeah, there's another steam train. They said no more steam trains, and they came out with Thomas. They lied. There you go. It's magic steam, though. Amy says the IET fleet isn't very comfortable. That's why you bring your own seat. Yes. I caused no matter of drama when I left the country walking and returned in the country in a wheelchair, and they're like, what? Because I buggered my knee doing salsa dancing of all things. See? Never do what your taco friends want you to do. So when an Argentinian says, hey, how about we do this? Just go, hey, how does no sound? I'm just going to sit here and drink beer, thanks. Learned that lesson. Build a Barbie. Might be too realistic a simulation. I'd love to see you try Star Trucker. Yeah, that's a very realistic simulation, that one. Trucks in space. And if you don't know that reference, you haven't watched enough of The Muppet Show. Although that one was pigs in space. Getting a bit too slow again. Still too slow. Excuse me. Want to let the speed back up to about 20. Yeah, we should be getting on the point where we can just let her roll, I think, and deal with life with air brakes. But we'll see. There's a road crossing coming. Let's go find it. Where is it? Okay. It was whistleboards, but I don't see a road crossing. What are the whistleboards for? Don't know. You can see the less steep track is joining us on the right-hand side there now. We can pretty much let her have her head now and let her keep increasing. So we will. I should put a defect detector on a sound button, shouldn't I? Could do that. Still aim to keep her under about 30 miles an hour at this point, so that we don't become a missile. Says here, going over 30 miles an hour. Well done. Yeah, this is the point where dynamics start turning to shit. And they should keep working at this point, they just don't. Yeah, we're starting to lose it. Let's see if 8 will recover it or not. I suspect probably not at this point. I'll probably have to do some air brake, I think, to recover it. But we'll see. Not that it worries me that much, because we could transition over to running on air brakes now anyway. Be fine. Amy says, defect detectors in Derail Valley are very useful gadgets, especially when doing long trains. Earlier I had one bogie derailed and I wouldn't have noticed until I hit a switch and came off the tracks. And wrote off a full wagon full of coal. Excellent. Now, there's another one coming up. I think we should play a message, don't you?
PNSF detector milestone 644.5 main 1. No defect. Repeat. No defect. Total axle 9-2. PNSF detector out.
9-2, that'll be a short train. That's like a Train Sim World 2 freight train. We are picking up speed. But I don't mind speed through here, we'll be fine. Now, interestingly, if you do apply some air and you bail off the locomotives, the dynamic should stay on, in theory. Yeah, that seems to have worked. Got a really light application on the train. So if you need to do that going down the hill because you've lost it, there's no real reason why you couldn't use the air brakes as well as the dynamic brakes, as long as you bail off the locomotives, because if you leave the brakes on the locomotives, the loco's computer will cut the dynamics out, because you can't run both in the loco. We're almost at the end of this one, and this does prove the YouTubers who could not get their trains down the hill in the rain that it is possible. So, sucks to be you, unskilled train people. Should I make fun of them before I'm there? Probably not. It's asking for trouble, isn't it? Someone asked in my Discord if we should do a Derail Valley series. It might have even been you, Amy. But, I've done a Derail series. Like Railroader, I got a little bit bored of the big company, so I'm probably going to kill it and start again. Because, you know, can. It was you, I thought so. Yeah, I know. Minimum application. You don't need to keep telling me that. It's helpful, Dan. There's a lot of train games that are on the way. I think last count on Steam there's about 16 listed as coming soon. One of them's even called Train Simulator, go figure. I'm tipping they won't last long in court, since Train Simulator is a trademark. No, I reckon they'd get it, Lord Vectron, because they've got many years of prior art, so I think they'd be fine. Oops, not that much on the brake, thank you. Thought for a horrible moment there we'd be changing tracks, but no, fortunately. Why are the dynamics cutting out? That's better, there they go. I had not bailed off enough, clearly. Ooh, bouncy. Very bouncy. When I applied the air then, I mustn't have bailed off enough. But I thought I did. Microsoft Train Simulator was made by Kuju, and it transitioned into Railworks, but they still had the Train Simulator name. Then it went to EA, who had Rail Simulator, and their game name was actually railsimulator.com, weirdly. That transitioned back into Train Simulator when Dovetail got it, but they maintained railsimulator.com as well. That's actually their trading name. That's Dovetail's actual company, is railsimulator.com. And it's been Train Simulator since about 2008, I think. It's been called Train Simulator. Something along those lines. Ooh, Clag. But only from one of them. Must be needing a turbo. Might have held that air brake just a little too long, I think. It's going to be a while before that charges up. We might actually stop. We'll see. If the thread was working on the back, I'd go have a look. Oh no, we're increasing speed again. We're fine. Lord Vectron says, searching the USPTO site, apart from search being horrible, it doesn't appear registered by Dovetail. Well, I don't know if they've registered it there. It's registered in the UK. Why do you say that, Lord Vectron? They're a UK organisation. Not everything centres around America. Despite what America thinks. Or as they put it in the movie, America, fuck yeah. According to our display, we are indeed slowing down. Going to lose 7.9 miles an hour every minute. That's good. Because we want to. You got no results for Train Simulator on the UK as well? I wonder if they've let it slip. Because it certainly used to be. It's possible they've let it slip, which would be their own undoing. Amy is playing House Flipper and can stand on a can of paint. Fair enough. Amy says trademarks don't need to be registered in the UK. It's a bit like copyright. In America, you have to register a picture with the Copyright Office for it to be copyright. Everywhere else in the world, it just is. America's weird. But they like being weird. It's what they do. Australia has the concept of a registered trademark, which is where you get a little R next to it. But you can have a common trademark as well, which is just a business name or a product name that you've been using for a long time. And they're both equally defensible in court. Oop, head-on collision. Some less than others, though. Ask the people who make Ugg boots. That didn't go well. Well, actually, it did in Australia. It just didn't worldwide. It is the same in the UK, Amy, because Australia did not divorce the mothership. We are still an English colony. We have parliamentary independence. Our law has been gradually weaning itself off Westminster, but it's the same basis, it's the same system. So most of the acts that came over because they were UK acts or English acts at the time still apply. A couple of miles left on this one. We're close enough that the little barber pole has started up its thing. Lord Vectron says Train Sim World Tycoon is pending. People have already been stealing the assets out of that game for other Roblox games. I'm sure I could do 55 at this point, Amy, but I probably wouldn't stop in the siding in 2 miles' time. Probably because they're an American company, Lord Vectron, and they would think they need to register it. So you can register trademarks in Australia, but you don't actually have to. You can pick it up through common. No, the point of registering is to advertise that you're using it widely. You can use both common usage and a registered trademark to sue someone. And the only way to stop someone using your registered trademark is sue them. Nobody's going to stop them using it. You have to do it. Amy says, with gripping models, I've seen people take TSW models and put them in Minecraft mods. Indeed. There's some TSW English trains have turned up in Roblox as well. And mostly that's individuals doing it. No one's really going to pursue them. It's not worth time or effort or money. Doesn't hurt to ask, though. The kids, for example, that were making my railway in Roblox were causing meetings because the railway owns the trademark of the silhouette of the NA class locomotive, and they also own the name. And both were being used in the kids' Roblox game. No, you can still sue them from common usage, Lord Vectron. You don't have to have it registered. If you have got it registered, you still have to sue them. There's no way you can do it. There's no one that says you can't use it because it's a trademark. You still have to take them to court over it. And it's the same with common usage. The only real advantage to registering something is if you're newly starting to use something. Registering it at least gives you some defensibility if someone was using it under common and you didn't know. Yeah, but why is that hard to do? It's been used in this game for such a long time. Leave that one for the courts to decide, Lord Vectron. And don't forget, drink cactus juice. And of course, what is cactus juice? Tequila! Lexic Dark says, good morning, happy birthday, Mr. President, or Flag Day. What did they want to do? We need some levity. I think it's funny that his military parade is literally getting rained on. Says he rolling towards a red signal and speeding up. Lexic Duck says, attention everyone, this is President Business. Hi and welcome to Taco Tuesday. Don't worry about this big black monolith blocking out the sun. Worry about this question. Who wants a taco? I'm just slightly concerned about this red signal that's coming up. Given I've got another 3 miles before I get into San Bernardino. And I don't remember any approach control on this route. What's blocking us?
Okay, we want to change tracks.
You're blocking us. All right. It's interesting that it still says we're decelerating. Look, we're decelerating at minus 2.4 miles per minute, but we are stopped. We're going to go negative, folks. Just act normal, says Amy. Prime Mover says, I forgot how quiet the SD70 ACE cabs are in the game. They're much louder in real life. I've got the game turned down quite a bit too for both of us. So it's so we can hear each other think. Amy says I need to watch the Lego Movie in 3D tonight. Someone's getting heavy on the perfume upstairs. It's drifting down the stairs like a fog. I wonder if something got knocked over up there. Lexic Dark says you mentioned tequila, so it needed to be tacos. So why did the Mexican throw his wife off a cliff? Don't know. There's the train we're waiting for. You can just see it materialising in the distance to the sounds of a TARDIS. The amount of perfume that's drifting down the stairs, it's like someone beat up millions of flowers all at the same time. They're all crying out in pain. Speaking of VR, I need to find the cable and plug that thing in because it's been yelling at me the last couple of days that it's running out of juice. Oops. Let me into that cable. That end of that cable. And going, I'm hungry. I'm very hungry. Your VR experience will be minimised due to a lack of power. So, yep. You've sat on top of my Xbox for the last 2 weeks unused. Why do you think I care? Just gotta wait for the behemoth to come through and clear the block. And then we'll be able to move. Don't even need power. Just let her roll. Amy says, since the head says each size separately, it can affect quite strong while reducing mokes and sickness compared to glasses. I found glasses easier, actually. Lexic Dark says, I have a 3D monitor with glasses. Fun. You can. Am I going to do a notch H departure? No. I don't need any notches at all. In fact, I'm going to go back into setup. Come on, setup.
right.
Interlude completed. Amy says, how unprecision scheduled railroading of you. Ah, tree! Two miles to the end of this little jaunt. I've had lots of conversations with Matt about those trees, and he always goes, but trees grow over railways for real, and the trains hit them, and I go, yeah, and they break the branches off, and they don't stay there, they don't go through the cab. But that's okay, it's not something I'm ever going to win, so I stopped pestering him. Oh, that's better. We are slowing down now. I was just continuing to speed up. Yes, Derail Valley does have tree problems. So did Subway Sim 2, but they fixed them all. One of the areas that I agree with Bad Guy, it's things like that that don't register because the community complaints aren't enough. With competition, things like that will register because people will start to say, why would I play this game when I can play this one that doesn't have this problem? And that will increase the amount of pressure to make some things a little bit more realistic. Passing the now familiar San Bernardino station. This station got a upgrade at some point in the game. Probably shouldn't have gone straight to off then, I upset it. But that's okay. The game actually is very quiet, isn't it? Give it a bit more. There you go, that's a bit louder. Lexic Duck says Derail was very picturesque in presentation, but Paul, was it a gameplay thing? We haven't had a return of it. I just got sick of running a big company. I'll probably delete it and start again. But I've done the delete it and start again in Railroader, so I'll get that one to the point that I want to have it first before I go and spend too much time in Derail. It's the only problem with campaigns. If you're the kind of person that the living is made from YouTube, and you might do Monday Derail, Tuesday Railroader, Wednesday Train Sim, etc., then you can run multiple campaigns across multiple games at the same time. But because I don't go back to them for weeks at a time, it's a bit hard to maintain continuity. one last chance to one of these.
BNSF detector. Milepost 1130.9. No defects. Repeat, no defects. Detector out.
So once we finish this thing, we'll be heading off to Caltrain, which is the route you can no longer buy, sadly. And I'm going to try and find the run with the MP36 that has the loco leading going to San Francisco, because it's an unusual run, so let's see if we can find it. And we'll do that one. But we have proven that you can get down Cajon Pass in the rain, and it was enough horsepower per tonne to do it. And yeah, I know I should be running the bell right through the yard, but no, not doing it. Chicago area rail fanning. How did you get a detector to exist in TSW? It doesn't. I play them from this. You just press the play button when you want one, so you try and find one that's vaguely relevant to where you are. Sometimes you can be exact. And then you can go from there. Amy says Illinois will cancel his membership. Nah. Been shit stirring him for years. It would be really cool to have them in the game though, wouldn't it, Chicago? It would be excellent. The other thing I like playing is railroadradio.net, but that seems to have died. It timed out before. Yeah, it's timing out. So it's, I think, just the site's broken. It's not as though it's actually gone. I actually, as mentioned earlier in the stream, Chicago, I got pretty excited when I actually saw them turn up in the route. And I thought, finally, we're going to have detectors, but no, they didn't put the sound on them. And the annoying thing about that, could you have put them on so they did smart things like count the number of axles? Sure, that would be work. But it wouldn't have been very hard to make them enunciate just to say that they were a detector and that they've seen your train and that it's got no defects and not give you an axle count. Because not all of the working ones actually give you an axle count. Yeah, I think that'd be good, Michael. I agree they wouldn't be that hard to develop the code for to count axles and things like that, because I mean, it already knows how many axles your train is, because it can just ask the game. Ooh, look. There's a Santa Fe F7. Forgot we had those. I did forget that they turn up on some of the services in Cajon now. Lexic says it would be embarrassing to end up with an odd number of axles. Well, not really. It means you've dumped a wheel set somewhere. And the way they count them, you would only actually pick up there's a wheel set there if there's a flange that's tall enough, because they actually compress the switch every time a flange goes over it. So it's a bit primitive, shall we say. Most of them are at the flange hitting a plate that do the counts. The newest ones use lasers. Oh, shoot me, we're overrunning it a little bit. Oh no. Sykes says Austin Powers likes lasers. Indeed. That's it for that one. Time to go to Caltrain. Why are you and Amy still awake? It's almost 2 a.m. I don't know why you're still awake. I can't really answer that question. Except that you're a brain in a jar, therefore you'd never actually sleep. Spin, spin, spin goes the pinwheel of death. There we go. To the trains. Choose a route. Caltrain. It's not called Caltrain, is it? San Jose, something or other? No. Have I got it installed? I thought it was called Caltrain. Where is it? Peninsula Corridor, that's right. Right, now we want the Baby Bullet timetable, and we want the Baby Bullet, and... who cares? And there's one that goes the other way. So we want it to start at San Jose. That's the one I want to run. Oh. Doesn't seem to be there. Maybe it's a F40. Maybe it's not a Baby Bullet. No, I don't see it. Maybe it is the F40. Let's have a look. San Fran, empty, 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 San Fran, San Fran, San Fran, San Fran, Seaboff. San Fran, San Fran, San Fran. There it is. Oh, it's one of these. See, San Jose to San Francisco with a loco lead-in. And because it's California, we will run light clouds because that's about all they get. 15th of June is fine. Oh, how did we get to Sharks on Rails? Unlocking the doors, which will be on the left side, I imagine. Let's start getting this thing set up. Not that those switches would be off, only the gen switch would be off. Instrument lights. Are you cut in? You're not. What position are you in? Let's get you in handle off. And cut you in. And hopefully that won't blow PCS. Wipers off, but not in that shitty place. Out there will be better. Release those brakes. Once they start to release, I'll apply the independent. Must be holding the brakes because the doors are open. Let's put in a reverser, which we can't because we're not quite in the right spot. Come on. Come on. There we go. It's a funny thing with Rail Driver. This is that funny little unit round the wrong way. So the doors are shut and it still has brakes on. It doesn't think the independent's on, does it? Does still say I've got brakes on, which is a concern. So this has got 30 pounds of brakes on. Cut in. Oh, that's why. I'm an idiot. There they go. Not that we can go yet or anything. Just hope we don't start rolling backwards. Wait for our signal. Why are we waiting? What's blocking us? What is blocking us? That! Okay, so an empty from the depot is blocking a passenger service. Nice. Nice. Psych, it represents real life. There actually is one that runs backwards. So it's a real service. I don't know why. And I don't know how it got turned around. Because they don't have a turntable. I mean, this route is interconnected with other routes, so you could go somewhere else to turn it around on a turntable or a Y, I suppose. But actually, there is a Y on this route, isn't there? There's a Union Pacific Y up near South San Francisco somewhere. Could have used that. Joke will be on us if it wants our platform. I think it wants to run next to us. Caltrain would like to apologise for the delayed start of our service today due to the incompetency of our dispatcher, who's brought in an empty cars ahead of a service train. Wow, it's got people on it. That's an adequate commuter departure. It's still very quiet, isn't it? What if I've got the game sound turned down or something? Just take it up a bit more for you guys. And for me as well. Makes me wonder if it's running on the right sound channel. Oops, I'm just flipping off to another application to check that. Yeah, it is. Let's have a look at the game's sound levels, because it is really quiet. Audio. No, 100%. Looks up at signal and goes, not red, lucky. Prime Mover Rail fan says, nope, these are just how the sounds are. Mono, not stereo. Psych says, horses. Psych says, look like the timetable accounts for needing a buffer. And yeah, I know, I should only be doing 10. I have a low care factor. If they were stereo, they would be louder. They're definitely running stereo coming out of the game. The left channel is stronger than the right channel, but it is stereo. And if you're a new player to Train Sim World and you're watching today going, oh, I like Caltrain, I'm going to go and buy that. Bye-bye. You can't. And not in a see you next Tuesday kind of way. Prime Mover says the sound samples that are being used are stereo. Well, it's definitely playing on both channels. There'd be people coming into the game now, Amy, that wouldn't know that could have picked it up. Bypassing the little station. I've never understood the purpose of this station, whether it's just for Caltrain employees who work at Seamoth, maybe. Because not much actually stops here. Prime Mover says, hope DTG sorts out the license issue. I don't think they will. Caltrain's not going to want them. This is a supposition, okay? I don't know this, but my bet is Caltrain aren't going to want them to continue to run diesels now that they've electrified. So I dare say the conversation went probably something like, when are you upgrading it to be electric? And DTG went, oh, it's not on the roadmap. And Caltrain went, well, screw you guys, we're going home. That just would be my bet. Because Caltrain would not like that they're still being portrayed as a dirty diesel railway. I'm wondering if I've turned down my headphones or something on the little thingy here. I don't seem to have. Oops, forgot to pull that out into lap. The lap brakes on this loco are weird. Because you should be able to do it by following the equalizer reservoir needle. You can't really. Well, that'll do. Syke says, California politics, fancy a riot. I don't know that it is a riot, man. You watch the video. How much rioting is there? There's like 50 people in each video. That's not a riot. And do I think it's funny that 2 Australian reporters got shot with rubber bullets? Yes. That's what happens when you go and annoy cops. They shoot you. Seems fair to me. Prime Mover says, shame on DTG for passing up the opportunity to remake this route. It'd be cool if they remade it as an electric with the flirts. With a few diesels sprinkled in, because the MP36s are still running on a few services from Gilroy. I'm not sure if they go all the way through or if they only go to San Jose, though. I'd make people change at San Jose. Because why would you want to run slow diesels amongst your very quick flirt fleet? There's a lot of people getting off at Santa Clara. Is there anybody left in the train? Squeeze! Haha. Oh, he got it anyway. Bastard. Next stop, Palo Alto. Standard commuter. Notch 4, stretch it, notch 8. Grip it and rip it. Train guy says chur. Right, folks. Don't know what that means. Syke says they couldn't get a good group rate for a flight and said, no, let's just be disappointing and rich. But poor Apple Store. Ah. They'll recover. See, that's not rioting, that's just thieves. That's looting, there's a difference. Syke says flirts would make it pretty good. I think so, they'd make it a lot quicker. I assume they've got a better timetable now. Prime Mover says no extension to Gilroy. Prime says same length but with new scenery. Yeah, I'm not well, scenery hasn't actually changed much. When was the last time I rode this? About 3 years ago was the last time I rode Caltrain. So it hasn't actually changed much from this, really. It's representative scenery, it's not exactly the same. But it's pretty close. Sykes says, where else does it go? It goes through to Gilroy. In the TSC version's got a Gilroy version. The logos are a bit warped. They're drivable if you know how, but they're a bit warped. The average player would get very frustrated. Prime Member says same length with new scenery. No extension. Lord Vectron says, I reckon losing the license was less about diesel and more about the amount of royalty payments being non-existent. It was time for the new Caltrain. Probably wanted more and they couldn't agree on terms. No, look, I say it's about diesels because I know Caltrain. I have worked with Caltrain. They're huge on image. And if you're not portraying their current image, they're not going to let you do it. One of our software versions on the ticketing machines had a picture of the F40 on it, and they cracked the sads about it because it wasn't the MP36, and that's the image they wanted to portray. They're fast and streamlined. They don't care about the truth, it's the image they care about. We had to change it. Vectron says, because until I answer leaving, I hardly saw anyone mention the Caltrain route. Oh, it's still getting lots of plays. It gets lots of plays now. The play statistics for it are pretty good. There is a train that does Los Angeles to St. Louis Obispo. I think it goes further, actually. It is the Surfliner. It's in Transcend Classic. I think it's a third-party route. 9 miles to Palo Alto on our limited express today. This must be one of the tech trains. It's only stopping in the tech stations. Why am I going so slowly? Vectron says that's DTT abandoned it after TSW3. They don't generally adjust routes after that's gone live. They've never been too fussed about that. Lord Vectron says because Caltrain is a business, money is more important than electricity. That's not actually true. Caltrain's not a business. Caltrain belongs to the state of California. And in California, political image is more important than anything else. Sykes says Caltrain would be like if female passengers got implants. That'd be Southern California, right? Prime Mover says, all I know is apparently according to DTG, Matt, we have a good relationship with Caltrain. Yeah, so that's why I think that's it. Caltrain probably said remake it with electrics. So maybe we'll see that one day. Prime Minister says, I hope at the very least there could be an opportunity. There's always an opportunity. If they think they can make enough money out of it, that's the deal. So DTG's a business. Money's going to be their main thing. Behind the yellow line, miscreants. Uh-oh. They'll be after me. The FRA have exceeded 79 miles an hour. Sykes says, I love this route except I can never make the timetable. Prime Mover says, surprised you're able to work with Caltrain before. I worked with all the transit agencies in the Greater Bay Area, from Sacramento all the way down below San Jose. That was my job. Working with my company called ERG and Motorola at the time. Prime Mover says my only worry is they won't port over this route with the next installment of the series if the time does come. I don't think they will. It's amazing how many people want to get hit in the head with a train mirror. So no, I wouldn't expect this to... Let's just, for argument's sake, say that there is a Train Sim World 6 and that it is coming later this year. Because based on history, there's a fair chance it is. I would not expect this route to get ported over. Sykes says, I wish I could see the DTG financials. Well, they wouldn't be terrible because they employ 200 people. So if you think about 200 people and make the maths easy on yourself, save £100,000 a year, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of cash. It's got dark. Lord Vectron wants to see the code base. Well, become a third-party developer and you can. This is a quiet crossing. Would that be because Palo Alto's a rich area? No, surely that wouldn't make a difference. I don't doubt that another coder could fix it and make changes in it, but I also think they'd make a mess because it would take you years to figure out how to do anything. ticket machine man. It was more fare systems man rather than ticket machines. Because it was smart card based. I just realised I'm stopping at the wrong station. I'm smart. This isn't Palo Alto. This is the university stop before Palo Alto. Never mind. Prime Mover says all the sorry folks that got the route super late into its store listings may not be able to play it only after 6 months. No, you can still play it because nothing stops you keeping TSW5 installed with this route. It's the same as you can still run TSW 2020 if you want to run the old NEC. No one's going to stop you. And if you only had this route and the base game installed, it's not actually that much storage. So I'll keep TSW5 installed for the purposes of Caltrain. And out of interest, unless they actually change the key for the game so that Steam knows it's a different game, and they have not done that for 3, 4 or 5, then you could probably copy the DLC over yourself. It would probably work. Loading, loading, loading. Amy says the good news to DTG Financials is they're owned by Focus, who are publicly traded companies, so you can see the top figures. Yeah, you can, and you can actually see what's coming up next too, based on their reports. Usually the remakes start as passion projects, don't they? And how is one employee going to invest in something that has no license? Well, a third party can take it on too. Psych says true, and that's in GBP, which is more than anywhere else. Yeah, right now it actually is. Pound's staggering right now. And they were struggling a bit before Focus acquired them. I don't think they were struggling. They were not making cash, but that was still their plan. But it did make them ripe for being bought. Drive number 906 Burlingame with one bicycle car. Yay. Does she look angry? Gwyneth Palo Alto. There, still no French route for Focus. There is one. Worst case, there's ways around the validation. You didn't say that. Am I honking for a silent crossing? Possibly. Redwood City, 4 miles. Gratuitous kind of print shop. bell makes everybody angry, so. The relationship between Focus and DTG is not that tight. So Focus provides money, DTG provides money back, and reporting. Focus don't seem to control anything. I don't get access to Focus games because I'm a DTG ambassador, for example. Tight timetable with that one coming in with another one still in the platform. Says, since we're talking corporate, I'm an investor in Pull Up Entertainment SA. This is for memes, though. I don't really care how my share does. I thought there's a crossing here, but it's a bridge. Never mind. Should put on my clown nose. Benjamin says, do you think Train Simulator World Tour will give DTG some much needed competition on console? No, because it's a totally different kind of game. Been playing the beta of it, and I have to say it's just like PC, although I like what they've done. I can't give you more details on that because I have an NDA, but I like what they've done. Wait, what happened there? What happened there? Something interesting happened there. I'm not sure what. Because all I did was I wanted to do that. I think it went for the emergency brake. I kind of thought I'd dumped PCS for a moment there. Bit weird. So I think Train Simulator World Tour is a complementary market, if you know what I mean by that. So players of this game are likely to play it, but players of this game aren't likely to switch to it as their primary play. Redwood City. Well, it has trains in it. Yes, it does. Quite good ones. Benjamin says, yeah, me too. Wink, nudge. It's not that hard to get into, to be honest. If you just ask them on their Discord, that's all I did. I asked them about 6 months ago, and they put me in the latest beta round, so... And I've played it through. I've given them a ton of feedback. I've been having a chat with them about more detailed Steam feedback. I will probably meet up with one of them because he happens to work on the same railway I do. Surprise! His name's Zach. The doors are about to close. The doors have closed. To San Carlos, home of the vampires. Well, that's the other one, isn't it? Not San Carlos. Santa Clara. I swear the gates on this railway close when we look at them. It's a bit like Subway Sim 2. It's complimentary. And the other one. The one with all the Polish trains. It's complimentary. Because the same player base are likely to take up that one, but they're not likely to stop playing this one just because they took up the other one. Despite the people who went, oh, it's a train sim world killer! Well, no it's not. Even if it had all the routes, I still don't think it would be. Because why are people going to buy all their DLC again? Enjoy your dinner, prime mover rail fan. Interestingly, the game's actually working to the equalizer. Yeah. So if you're wondering about lapped brakes, and there's another train coming with lapped brakes, so you should learn. Watch this needle, not this one. React to this needle. It's the equalising reservoir sets the pressure on the other parts of the train brake. And if you're watching the brake cylinder, then you're too late. Oi, Greenie. Pay attention to the train, mates. You don't get run over. wisdom. Benjamin says, where's Buffy when you need her? That's true. I'm going to fight the vampires. Syke says, I get nervous about localization with something like that. I don't think localization's that hard as long as you program it in from the start. Amy says, Simrail offers a fun multiplayer experience in an evening with some friends on Discord VC. Train Sim World has the single player experience, customization, Trains has the model railway view. Trains is heading more towards reality over the years. It did start as a model railway emulator. Its whole purpose in the world, when it first started, was to actually build your dream railway to see if it would fit in your house. That was what it was for. It's a bit like Rolling Away, but it developed into a proper train simulator, and it's gotten better and better over the years, more and more realistic, and they're interested in making it more realistic, even though their player base never actually expects it to be in the slightest bit realistic, which is interesting. Amy says Subway Sim 2 is really good for simulating running in tunnels for a metro environment. It's actually quite good at most of the simulations, Subway Sim 2. It's fairly they feel like trains, put it that way. Holy Trucker says, morning mate, 2 new train games added to Steam. I think Train Planet got rebranded and still free to play. Yeah, it's not my kind of game, man. We need to stop. We need to stop. Why is that gone? A massive brake application like that. I don't understand why it's doing that. It dumped the air, but PCS didn't blow. It's like a submarine that's gone to emergency flow. Hang on, release the brakes, let's go. Because we're not opening the doors here. Those Empire Builder games aren't really my style, which is weird because I like Railroader and Derail, which are basically Empire Builder games, but you know. Well, you probably don't know. I'm explaining it poorly. Anybody think these people don't want to ride trains? Because, you know, San Fran's the only place you'd go from here. I just like the way they just get in and vanish. Yep, I just got humaned.
The doors are about to close.
It's a seriously loud donger. Hillsdale next stop, 1.7 miles and 2 minutes. We might make that. Pretty close anyway. Psych says the best Carlos is Carlos the Jackal. Could be. There's Carlos the porn star too. Fakings. Amy says I've been playing old versions, maybe should hop into newer versions. Well, if they're free, why not? Holy Trucker says a new Japanese train game added to Steam. Looks like Densha Digo game. Really? What's it called? Let's have a look. usually get alerted on new train stuff, and I haven't seen that one. Either put the name in this chat or chuck a link in my Discord. Next stop is Hillsdale. I think I figured out what's going wrong. When it says lap on the screen, it doesn't actually mean lap. Ding dong, Santa's coming. Have you been naughty or nice? Will Caltrain give you coal or a happy ending? Let's have a look at this Japanese train sim game while we're waiting. See if I can find it. Store. Japan train. Japan train models. They're not new though. Promodoro train in Japan. Is that the one you're thinking of? That's 29th of May 2025. I'll chuck it on my wish list and have a look. It looks like not that kind of, not a simulation game though. Japan Train Models JR Freight Edition, which is all on special at the moment. Can I sort by date? Sort by release date. 10th of June, Whispers from the Rift. I think that's on my wish list. It is. Japanese Trails, 16th of May. That looks a bit crap though. Pussy Olympics released 6th of June. A Chico line, but that's part of JR East. Ticket to Ride Japan expansion. So I'm not really seeing it. But anyway, it's time to lock the doors and get out of here. Since we're now late. Amy says Caltrain will sue you for mentioning coals. People will think they're going to get a fresh steam train. Hayward Park, next stop. It's a good place to get knifed, Hayward Park. Full bananas on the big F40. Online dating. We show you the way. Sleep necessary. vehicle just pushing me out of the way. Strike says, whatever happened to trying to make ads in the game? It's only in UK, I believe. Bad Guy says, I guess I'm back then. Hello, Bad Guy. Welcome back. I know I should run the bell all the way out of the platform, but it gets annoying after a while. When the bell's louder than the diesel, it's a little bit of a sound issue. Would have thought I'd be done by now. Train Plus says Holy Tracker. Trucker. Holy Tracker. Yeah, have a look. Train Plus, you reckon? Train Plus. Oh, yeah, I see it. There's two of them. Oh, it's got DLC. It's on special. I'll have a look. It's from Yasuda. It has an ultra high speed mode. Doesn't look completely shit. I'll have a look. Shall add them to my cart. There you go. There's $30 we'll never see again. I've still got one more run to do after this, Bad Guy. I've got to finish Caltrain and then we're doing a Long Island Railroad. I might do the Harlem one though, I think. It's been ages since I've done a Harlem. And I do kind of like the Harlem one. San Mateo next stop. Home of the biggest depot for AC transit coaches. Dumped it again. Maximum brakes. Still going to roll straight on through, but that's okay. Actually going to stop the train. Right. We have most of the doors on the platform. Relax. Mind that first step, Caltrain riders. Should be enough to hold it, surely. Holy Trucker, I think you're a little bit behind the stream, baby. Yep. You realise I'm about 20 seconds in front of you. Away we go. Full commuter departure. Burlingame next stop. The hills of South San Francisco off to our left there, which is where Carl the Fog goes plummets down into the city and the rest of the Bay Area. Bad Guy is here for the duration. Excellent. I did get a late request to add Sherman Hill to this, but I don't think that's going to happen because we're already at 3 hours. And by the time I do a Harlem as well, this isn't going to finish for a while. Because, what have we got left? Burlingame, Millbrae, San Bruno, South San Francisco, Bayshore, 22nd Street, San Francisco. So, yeah, we've got a good 35, 40 minutes just in this one. And then we're going to do a Harlem as well. It'll be a little while. Have fun, Lord Vectron. Enjoy yourself. Deliberately going to dump the brakes this time. Some would say, oops. Are we going to have one door in the platform? Even one? Yes. Alright. It's interesting that didn't open the PCF valve. I would have thought it should have. But it clearly didn't. The other guy's going past going. Don't know what I was thinking then. But there you go. Something. Millbrae, next stop, change for San Francisco Airport. First place you can change to BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit, where you're more likely to get mugged than on Caltrain. Keep your belongings close and don't get your phone out of your pocket. Well, I wonder if that's dropping because California changed that. They changed, at the same time they changed the shoplifting laws back to what they used to be, which meant you could actually go to jail for shoplifting. They changed the statutes around mugging and theft from an individual. Because at one point you couldn't actually go to jail, you'd go into a diversionary program. But now you go to jail, so the cops are much more interested in arresting people. So that's possibly starting to change, I would imagine. It's not on the road, is it? It's an easy question. 2 miles to Millbrae. I've added that game to my cart, Holy Trucker, so I'll grab it and have a look if it's decent. We'll do it. Have you played it? Mile to Millbrae now. More trees to the face. Whack. 69 miles an hour, of course. Perfect. Tastes like fish. This has always been one of the weirdest platforms too. Platforms with points in the platform. There you go, that made up for the last one. Nightbot is a bit chatty today, isn't it? A little bit over chatty. I think the chat rate dropped to the point that Nightbot shouldn't say anything, but it did. I just opened the right doors because I'm dumb. Nightbot does have ADHD. Let me see what chat rate Nightbot's set to. Yeah, it is a bit chatty. Alright, I've toned him down a little bit, he won't ask for like so often. Oops. We'll just call that a classic FRA warning. Here's Bart over on our right. Wouldn't it be awesome to see Bart trains on here? That's not going to happen anymore. Although, interestingly, at some point, Bart did get the third rail, and that was fairly recent, because it didn't have it originally. Excuse me. San Bruno, next stop. Home of Bruno's Pizzeria, Bruno's Barbershop, Bruno's Undertakers, and of course Bruno's Lawyers. One of the Skyrail parts of Caltrain. When you're as cute as Nightbot, you deserve that, apparently. Whack. Ding dong, Avon calling. Lock the doors. South San Francisco, next stop. Going into the industrial areas around South San Francisco and Hunters Point. Benjamin says I smashed the like button, but now my phone is broken. And I just ran through across it. Oh well, never mind. Bad guy says I think Benjamin got a little too aggressive on the like button. Could be. Hey. It's a bit wobbly up there. Hey, don't do that. Well, it'll slow me down. It's not quite what I wanted, but it'll do the job. Get a much higher application than that one. Same vibes as a guard using a ticket punch on an e-ticket. You know, I'm sure that happens. All I can say to you, Union Pacific, is do I not unlock the doors? Did I unlock the right buttons? Which one here? Right door's unlocked. No, right door's locked.
Caution, the doors are about to close.
Sure. 3.6 miles. Just out of interest, whenever I have Port and Bart on this line, the muggers get in at Millbrae and get off at Bayshore. Every time. What does that tell you about Bayshore? It's a really good place for thieves to change trains, to go back to Millbrae to do it again. Some of the smarter tech companies, and I hate to use that word with those two, that are over there, built their big buildings up here instead of way down in San Jose to be closer to their targets in San Francisco. That was, of course, Oraculous and Salesforce, which are those. Back in the days when they liked each other. We have a yellow signal coming up. That's not expected. Oh no, it's a track change, isn't it? It is expected. So we're almost at San Francisco now. The one after this will be a Harlem. I'll pick a short one, but it'll be a Harlem. I'm just checking my DMs to see if I've heard back from Hawks at all. Doesn't look like it. DM them again. Get a bit quick through the track change, but who cares? Oh wow. Just people in the carriage somewhere. Laptop shot across the corridor and hit someone else in the head. That's your next stop. Keep your belongings close. Loppycraft 52, hello to you as well. Welcome to the stream. We're just arriving at Bayshore in the game that you can't buy anymore. Bayshore, the doors will open on the right. Beware of the gap between the poverty and the rich in Bayshore. That'll do. Completely blocked the pedestrian crossing as we should. It is peninsula guide. Indeed. And for safety, we block the crossing, but they might try and climb under there. It's good having doors in the centre of the cars because you can use the cars to do nasty things. When we finish this one running into San Francisco, we are driving the only service that is loco first out of San Jose to San Francisco. We're going to go and run the Harlem line. It's up pretty quick on the other side there. Off we go to 22nd Street, San Francisco. What's over there? Whatever it is gone. Whoops. Red light, red light, red light, red light, red light, red light. Almost screwed the pooch. Not quite. That's why the English have DRA. Bad guy says, I don't know if they fixed it in Harlem. I'd be very careful with the alerts. Half the time they work, half the time they don't, at least on PlayStation. No, I think they're the same. Just as shitty. Right. This time for sure, Ollie. Passed by an express. You almost had a chance to use the SPAD command. Almost. I don't know if it's been fixed. I just won't turn them on. Continuing under yellows. We head for the desirable precinct of 22nd Street. I'm guessing the express that passed us also stopped at 22nd Street, since that solid yellow, even without the track monitor, does tell me the next one's red. Hello, Gareth, how are you? running into San Francisco on Caltrain. In the only service that's loco first. I'm going to stay in the cab because I'm approaching a red signal. I'm hoping it'll change. Oops, too much brakes. I'm okay as well, thanks, Gav. Just keep rolling towards this red because I'm expecting it to change once the other train gets out of the station. So we'll just roll slowly. There we go. No sign of any riots. Lexic Dark says it's such a concrete jungle. How's the water infiltration? This area is built on a floodplain. See, Caltrain are smart. They put their track up high. Mostly warehouses and stuff down around the man-made area down there that will just liquefy and disappear into the bay one day. Warehouses and all of the emergency National Guard buses that would be needed to evacuate people in case of an emergency. Oh wait. Found the missing piece from the little bloke and put him back on. We roll in towards 22nd Street Station. Done deal. Look at that. Hello Ron, how are you? And Casio is large. I smashed the like button so hard, gravity itself stopped working and my phone went to the core of the earth. Oh dear. Come on, game. Lock him. I've pushed the button. You're not going to do it, are you? Come on. I didn't accidentally open the other ones too, did I? Oh, I did. Look at that. It's about to let me leave with the doors open. San Francisco next stop. Most desirable place to live in San Francisco is Sacramento. Who said that? That was me. It's probably Stockton anyway. A bit closer than Sacramento. Thank you for smashing the like button, folks. It is highly appreciated, because the more likes the stream gets, the more likely it is YouTube promotes it to other people. Lexic Dark says about those logistics. I look up in the sky. Trump celebrations are really cool fireworks. I imagine they would. It's his birthday after all. He would declare it as the King's birthday, wouldn't he? He'd probably be really chuffed that Australia's going to have the King's birthday celebration shortly. Oh wait, we've had it. Damn it. More yellows as we chase another train into the joy that is San Francisco. So at this point I'd play the song, but you know, I could do without the copyright strike. I've got a slightly less than red signal here. Almost missed the crossing. Got it just in time. Bad guy says Alcatraz. I'd love to go to Alcatraz. I've been to Alcatraz a couple of times. I've been on both the touristy tours and the behind the scenes nighttime one, which is really cool. If you ever get the opportunity, the behind the scenes nighttime tour is the way to go. It's a very long tour though, but it does involve some lunch at least. And yes, I know we're going too fast. It's okay, relax. These aren't the droids you're looking for. As the heady skyline of San Francisco comes into view. Everett Railfan says restricting signal slow to 20. Yes, less than red. Not quite red. Nearing the end of this journey on our high-speed rail, and we'll flick over to the other side of the country and do the quickest run I can find on Harlem. Because if I go much longer than this, my other half is actually going to beat me over the head with something. Mind you, she hasn't told me she's on her way back yet, so that's good. Ron says, been neglecting my game, TSW5, playing a train a day, it keeps the pain away. It's always fun. It's always good to play. That's the song, Benjamin, yes. Written in a time when people actually wanted to visit San Francisco because it didn't have poo on the street. Not anymore. Last time I was in San Fran, I think they'd cleaned up the act a little, but there was still several people taking a dump on Market Street. There were a lot more around the other areas, but not something you really want to see. That feels good enough, I think. And that brings us to the end of our run, now arriving at 4th Street in San Francisco. And I have unlocked the doors, game. You see it. Yeah, you did, because it said they were unlocked. Is it not working? It's not working. Now it is. Well, that's kind of ridiculous. Anyway, we should shut this thing down, I guess. And what? Who wants me to unlock the doors again? What are you doing, game? See that? See that door? Look at that. That door would be unlocked. You want me to unlock the right doors, maybe? Yep, it wanted me to unlock the doors on the right, which are not in a platform track. Very good, game. Excellent. Like you're thinking. But I'm going to continue being mean to the next person that's going to drive this. That one. That seems fair. There we go. And... oh well, took me out of there. I was going to change it to shut down. But anyway, let's go off to Harlem. We got a Glod. Of course we did. I actually behaved myself in that one. It's quite weird, isn't it? We're going to do the shortest run on Harlem that I can find. Everett laughs. Casio is large, should have repaired my finger, but I'm going to be found by God himself for ruining the earth. Be careful how much you hit the like button. No, whack the like button. Whack it as hard as you want. Harlem line. There we go. Going to Harlem because just haven't been here for ages. M3, M7, M3, M7. It's hard to say. Let's do an M7. Where's a shorty? Greystone. Yeah, we'll do you. Why not? And let's leave dynamic weather on just for excitement. And I think rail driver is not the way to go with this train, if I remember correctly. I think it doesn't like rail driver very much. I think it might be an Xbox controller job. We'll see. Let's see what it does. Are we in a platform? We are in a platform. Look at that. All right, let's open the doors. Master key. Let's bring you to forwards. There you go, that much works. Are you going to work? You are going to work. Good. Don't want any power at all at the moment. Ooh, it's actually going to work properly with rail driver. How weird. And we probably want the headlights. And marker lights off. I think that's it. I think that's all I have to turn on. I'm not turning on the safety systems in this one because they give me the shits. So there. Classic, says Benjamin. Glod. Indeed. Wait till 10:35. Oh, that's going to take ages. Let's go for a walk. Come on, back in the cab. You're going to go for a walk. Hit yourself in the face with a door, why don't you? Are there any collectibles on this platform? Hopefully no one steals the train. Since it's all unlocked, ready to go. Are there no collectibles? I can't even remember what Harlem's collectibles were. Yeah, rubbish? Yep. God, these would smell like urine, wouldn't they? And that seems to be it. Hi. Back to the tunnels of urine. You can hear the people over at the baseball game. Why aren't any of these people getting in the train? It's not as though you get a train in this platform that goes anywhere else. Silly people. Never mind. Almost time to depart. Gab says Harlem has maps, fire extinguishers, posters, and trash cans. are we going to move? That's a good question. Oh, well, you know why? You know what I haven't done? The thing they took out of the other one. So I'm so used to, let's go to max brake. I'm so used to not doing this because they took it out of the more recent ones that I forgot. You have to charge the brakes. Right, now we can go. Let's roll. There we go. This is better. Come on, let's have some power. There we go. Bad guy says probably it would be entertaining to watch. Benjamin Ajar, maybe a rolling pin. That's too violent for YouTube. Not really. Have to have the popcorn ready. Extra large bumper. We had some popcorn last night. I did what I always do and made it extra salty. Finally got a loud train in the game, I see. No one cares about you, ATC. Give it to yourself. The city skyline at New York. Across the big blue bridge. I did get that context back well. Harlem 125th next stop. Ooh, there's traffic on the street now. Can't smell any weed though. Last time I was here I could smell nothing but weed. Need to add that to the game. Blows, smells. Stop back there. This must be a very short train. That's okay. How short is it? It's not that short. If I'd stopped where it wanted, the back of the train wouldn't be in the platform. How interesting. That's okay. I just realised most of this run's going to be underground, isn't it? Oh well, that's fine. Wait till 10:41? Oh no! Alright, going for a walk. What can we collect on this platform? Anything? Can't get into the urine tunnels on this platform. Watch where you're looking, mate. Or should I say, "Oi, I'm walking here!" My terrible New York accent. A good friend of mine lives in New York. She's been hiding in Florida for months. Yeah, just stand there. It's helpful. Good. Everett Rail fan says one of the New York accents of all time for sure. Absolutely. I love New York. It's one of my favourite cities in America, to be honest. Because it's full of people that may as well be Aussies. Because, you know, people who want to give you your opinion because they're walking on the other side of the street from you. Sounds like an Aussie. Bad guy says Boston people have work accents. This is true. You know, you can thank me for those. Because when I first saw this in beta, I went, where are all the water towers? The buildings have water towers on the roof. And I started sending them photo after photo after photo, and eventually they told me to stop sending photos. I think they got the hint. So we've done Southern California, Northern California, and now New York. There are a lot of other US options in the game, of course. There's lots of American routes, including a Canadian one. As we roll in towards Grand Central Terminal. The wall of the tunnel just came through the wall of the train. That's interesting. That probably was the wrong way around to you, wasn't it? I forgot that I turned myself around the right way, so that my actual shirt was the right way. 2 miles to GCT, and that's where I will end this week's stream, because we have gone over a long time. We've now gone over 4 hours, 4 hours 15 minutes, 4 hours 17 actually, I think. Oh no, I must have started 2 minutes late. It's 4 hours 15. Max power, cousin to max headroom. Slow down just in time for that 10-mile-an-hour bit, because this is more fun. Press this button here, a small army of Mexicans come to Washington your train. Oh no, Trump got rid of them all. Even the ones that are allowed to be there. A good friend of mine who is adopted from a Mexican family into an American family is actually in hiding. She's so worried about him, worried about what's going on. We're in the extreme high speed portion of the route now. And I could do 10 mile an hour, or I could just do that. And no one would ever know. It's my way of doing things. If I don't like the speed limit, I turn off the HUD. Seems fair. Do like me a bit of flange wheel. Get routed across the entire set of platforms? I think we did. From the right all the way over to the left. Oh, I thought we were going to come into an occupied one for a moment there. Well, that'd be funny. Alrighty, this brings us to the end of today's stream. Assuming I don't hit the buffers at the end of it. And I still haven't heard back from Hawks yet. Go you one more, don't I? Can't get the key out. No, doesn't really matter. Does not really matter. It's only going to download the passengers anyway. Maybe I have to bring it back to max brake to get the key out. No. There we go. Now I can't shut the doors though. Fuck. The key's back in. Only so I can shut the doors when the time comes, if the time ever comes. I'd load passengers in 0.7 miles, really? I can go another 0.7 miles, I can see that, yes. Yeah, definitely. Don't know how I got up here, but I did. But anyway, we can stay up here, I guess. It's the end of the stream anyway. So, enjoy yourselves, folks. Thank you very much for joining in and watching. Benjamin asks, last thing, isn't Boston where Marky Mark the Aardvark Shark Wahlberg and his funky bunch is from? I have no idea. Oh, well. Anyway, have fun, folks, and we shall see you next time. I have my usual Wednesday night coming up. That will probably be... Well, we might try this new game. I'll have a look at it for Holy Trucker, because he does get excited, because he's a holy trucker. But anyway, we'll see where that goes. There's some new stuff coming out for both ETS and ATS as well. I'm not quite sure of the timing. There are new packs coming out for Train Sim World that aren't far away, so they'll start popping up in streams soon as well. Alrighty, have fun, folks. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you very much for joining in today, as always. And to the lurkers, thank you for lurking. So, all good. Have fun, folks. See you later. Bye. And if you just joined, rewind. Bye.